Hi. Uh, let's start this video after a few minutes. Um, I gave you time to start this video. You can watch the title. You can check the title in the video. Uh, so I'm gonna grab something. Uh, let's start it. I'll put my lamp in this position. Hi. Let's start this video after a few minutes. I gave you time to start this video. You can watch the title. See you in few minutes. Check the title in the video. I'll grab some. I'll get some water. Grab something. Let's start it. I'll put my lamp in this position. See you in few minutes. I'll grab some. I'll get some water. Okay, let's start.
Instructors in the world. And now he's back with a brand new complete React course that will teach you modern React using patterns like functional components and hooks. If you want to learn the React JavaScript library, this is the video.
Hey free code campers, welcome to my newest course on learning React. In this course, you're going to solve over 140 different coding challenges and work on 8 different projects, all of which have an associated Figma design file to guide your work. And you actually have 2 options for following along, either by using your local machine. I actually have a few lessons that'll show you how to do that starting pretty early in this course. Or you can head over to scrimba.com where there's an interactive version of this course so that you can solve the challenges directly in your browser. It's totally up to you what you want to do. The link to the course on scrimba.com is provided below. And actually, this course is you can solve the over 2 lessons that'll show you how to do that starting pretty early in this course. And you actually have 2 options for following along, either by using your local machine. I actually have a few lessons that'll show you how to do that starting pretty early in this course. Or you can head over to scrimba.com where there's an interactive version of this course so that you can solve the challenges directly in your browser. It's totally up to you what you want to do. The link to the course on scrimba.com is provided below. And actually, this course is part of a larger front-end career path which we have at Scrimba, which takes people from zero to hireable as a front-end developer. This course is module 11 in that career path, and my more advanced React course immediately follows this free React course as module 12, where I go even more in depth into React, React Router, using the context API, and so much more. If those topics sound confusing to you, don't worry at all. You don't need to take them to understand this course. Now, I always appreciate any feedback you have for me about the course, so you're welcome to reach out to me on Twitter at @BobZarol, or if you have any questions about your specific code, the best place for those is to either reach out to the Freecodecamp forums or Discord server, or you can check out Scrimba's own Discord server, which is becoming a more and more deeply integrated part of the whole scrimba.com experience. And with that, good luck and have a ton of fun learning React.
Hey there, and welcome to the Learn React module. I'm super excited you're joining me for this course because by the end you'll have built not 1, not 2, but at least 8 projects using React. There's so many of them, I don't even have time to go over each one of them in detail right now. I could barely even fit them on this slide. So why are we doing so many projects? Well, it's because I designed the curriculum for this course to be project-driven. In each of the sections, we will start with a goal project that we are working toward, and then we'll learn everything we need in order to build that project. Now, in order for that approach to actually work, I'm going to be asking a lot from you. So let's talk for just a bit on how you can get the most from this course. Just like everything in life, what you put into this course is what you will get out of it. Or as I like to say, my philosophy about learning is that the easiest way to learn something is to do it the hard way. In this course, I'm going to be asking you to do a lot of the work. For much of it, you'll have me there after each challenge to walk you through a solution, but for some of it, you won't. Either way, what I'm asking of you now is to avoid the trap of tutorial hell, where you end up passively watching me do all the work. Remember, this is not school. You're presumably here because you actually want to finish the course with the ability to write React code by yourself. School has taught a lot of us that the goal of learning is to get a good grade. In fact, I heard something really interesting that said that education is the only thing that humans try to get less out of than what they paid for. So don't let that be you in this course. If you really give it everything you've got, meaning you do all the challenges and projects, you're involved with the community, and you are an active participant in your own learning, I can promise that you'll probably finish off in a better spot than many students getting their degree in computer science. And I really don't say that lightly. Along those lines, remember that spaced learning and repetition are your best friends. Binging the course from beginning to end, even if you are doing all the assignments, is kind of like trying to run an ultra marathon without training. Your brain actually needs rest, so take breaks often. By taking this course, the goal isn't just to get to the end, it's to get to the end with some honest-to-goodness React skills. Then after you come back to this course on maybe the next day, don't be afraid to re-watch some of the past lessons and even redo some of the past challenges, because repetition really is your best friend whenever you're trying to learn something new. So what should you already know coming into this course? Before jumping into React, you should have a solid grasp of the fundamentals of web development, namely HTML, CSS, JavaScript, and preferably a pretty solid understanding of the new syntax that was introduced back in ECMAScript 6, ES6, and above. If you're feeling at all rusty on any of these topics, you can click the logo for each one of these, which will send you to another free course here on Scrimba, where you can brush up on those skills. My name is Bob Zarol. I'm going to be your instructor throughout this whole course. My username pretty much everywhere online is Bob Zarol, but these days I'm really most active on Twitter. You can click the Twitter icon to go to my profile if you want to follow me. That would be great. And so without any further delay, let's jump right in and start learning React. In the first section of this course, we're going to be learning everything we need in order to build a basic static page using React. And I know what you might be thinking, but I already know how to make static web pages. I know you're probably super excited to really dive in and learn dynamic web applications with React, and we are going to get there in this course. But in order to start off, this section is all about learning the basic syntax and you could say the vocabulary of React. Because I found that the best approach to learning React is to first start learning how to think in React. The reason for this is because React really does kind of change the game in terms of how you build applications. Later in this section, we are going to start learning the differences between declarative and imperative programming, and you're going to find that React approaches web development in a completely different way. So the point is, we're first going to be dialing in our brains to start thinking in terms of using React to build websites by first building some static web pages, not unlike the ones that you normally would just use HTML and CSS for. So this might not seem terribly exciting right now, but I think you'll soon see that writing composable, reusable components in React can actually be a bit addicting and pretty fun. So I know that you'll find a lot of benefit in starting off with the milk before we get to the meat, or of course we have a vegetarian option as well. The content in this section will be driven forward by the goal of creating our first static web page in React, and that's the page you see here in the screenshot that has a list of fun facts about React. Now this screenshot is actually also a link to the Figma file for the design of this page, so if you click this screenshot, it will open up in Figma. You'll have to make sure that you log into your Figma account. If you don't have one yet, it's free to create. And clicking the screenshot will lead you to a sort of shared file that everyone will have access to. In that shared file, you'll see something near the top that looks kind of like this, where it's got React facts and then this little drop-down arrow. Your best bet is going to be to click that drop-down arrow, go over to duplicate to your drafts, and click that. Duplicating this design to your own drafts is going to make it possible for you not only to edit the design if you want to change it a little bit, but also to help you avoid any distraction you might see on the design page of anybody else's cursors or maybe some comments that they may have left. So I'll go back to this design here. Make sure to click on it now so at least the URL gets saved up in your tabs in your browser. And lastly, we're going to look at the different topics that we'll be covering in this section. So what are we going to learn about? Well, first we're going to learn why we even care about React in the first place. I think knowing a simpler one, because also creating, of course, in order to build our project, we're going to be writing React a much more familiar experience. Then we'll dive into creating custom components and logic. This simple static event, jump right into theory and why we care about React, mostly just to show you that React is being an easy way to start with here on Scrimba.com, the HTML page. I have some documentation. It tells you how you can include. In other words, we can just click here over in my index.html. I'm going to put it in the head here. React. Take it one step however in Babel and copy script tag. Later tag 5 to once again a little bit because everyone one thing is complete root React it. We've written so I was able to inside HTML. Your hands on the kins of you type this part. You don't library and this div limiter that we have written browser Babel the React like this. I'm going to move this onto everyone for yourself. And just a quick win dedicated shot here for our sake easy way. Best bet is going to be to click that drop-down arrow, go over to duplicate to your drafts, and click that. Duplicating this design to your own drafts is going to make it possible for you not only to edit the design if you want to change it a little bit, but also to help you avoid any distraction you might see on the design page of anybody else's cursors or maybe some comments that they may have left. So I'll go back to this design here. Make sure to click on it now so at least the URL gets saved up in your tabs in your browser. And lastly, we're going to look at the different topics that we'll be covering in this section. So what are we going to learn about? Well, first we're going to learn why we even care about React in the journey of React. We'll also be touched the game for React components. Our project build this simple static page in React. I'm really excited for us to get started. So without any further ado, let's jump right into the deep end and start writing our first React code. Before we just jump right in,
let's create index.html. Index.css. What's the other file? Index.js. Okay, so index.html, and so this is my extension. Okay, so I don't care about the title, but I need to add a link to my link. This is style sheet link href equals to index.css. This is in my folder, so I don't have to do anything. This is link. Now this is end of the body, so I have to put my script here. Script source equals to index.js. So in my head I will put what is he putting? Oh, h1 hello. So what's our goal? What are we making?
I'm really
Fun fact about React was releasing this.
excited for code and care about React.
Okay. Hello. Okay. Wait. Thought I was just checking if there is any other way I can like have a browser like him. I think I saw somewhere, but we have to open with the live server. Okay. This is pretty smart. Let's do like this.
React and how all the little pieces of React work. I want to get your hands on the keyboard typing some React code as soon as possible, mostly just to show you that React is not a scary library to be working with. So let's see how we can set up React. Now, I like to think of there as being an easy way to set up React in your project and a correct way of setting React up in your project. For our sake in learning, we're going to start with the easy way, which will also make it so that you can actually just do this in your local environment. Hopefully you're following along here on Scrimba.com, but if you're curious and you're interested, you can always do this on your local environment as well. Now you can see I have a very basic HTML page set up. I have nothing in my JavaScript at all. My CSS is minimal.
Oh yeah,
And we're going to walk through this together. Now I have some...
let's put something in CSS, very common thing. For all box sizing, border box, HTML, and this on body, that is padding. We can do one thing. Body padding 0, margin 0. Let's add a font. No, Google fonts. One Roboto. I don't want light is less. 400 is good. 500 is good. 700 is good. This will be enough. Okay, so you can see the change in the style when this is the, yeah, so this is working.
Slides here, and you can actually click on
React CDA.
this screenshot, and that will send, and we're going to walk through this together. Now I have some slides here, and you can actually click on this screenshot, and that will send you to this exact page. In the React documentation, it tells you how you can include React into your project.
So
And we can actually pull in these libraries that we need straight from a CDN. In other words, we can just copy these two script tags here and start writing React code. There's a little more to it, but what I'm going to do is click here, and that's going to open me up to the React page. I'm just going to copy the two script tags that you can see, and over in my index,
I think both are same. It's just that they are minified version. So we can use this. So that's why it would be more easy for us to check. Okay.
XHTML. I'm going to put it in the head here.
What?
Fix the indentation. And I've pulled in the React library and another library called React DOM. Theoretically, this is all I need in order to start writing some React code. Now, I'm going to take it one step further, and that's because just pulling in React and React DOM is going to be pretty extremely limiting in terms of using the power of React, unless we also pull in something called Babel. I'm not going to jump in too deep into why we need to pull in Babel. For now, all I'm going to do is click on this screenshot here. Which will take me again to a page where I can copy the script tag that
So there is, oh shit, there is no Babel
you
here.
see. Click on this screen. I'm not going to jump
We
into
need Babel for the
using the
JSX.
power of React
He's not
unless
telling
we
you,
also
but
pull in
yeah.
something called Babel. I'm not
Babel CDN. To which side? I just want if there is. This is giving us React and React DOM. This is not giving us Babel. I don't know why my eye is so dry. I don't have good knowledge about the Babel. I just know that it's just a transpiler which convert the JSX code of React to the JS code. I don't know much. I use Webpack. I think this is very similar to Webpack. Let's check. Webpack. Why do we need Babel? Okay. How to use Babel to convert module ES6 code to compiled plain.js. I don't know what to. Okay.
In this lecture, we are going to learn what is Babel and install Binder into plain old ES5 JavaScript. 6 script in Babel and convert ECMAScript 6, right? Does right? Print the version npm, right? Print ls and print this icon. Now you can create use form of directory my now package will initiate here version. So here, right? These questions delete this package dot package you should say hi reset env, then install these three packages reset env, then I wanted to install Babel CLI, right? And just press
I don't
enter.
know Babel because like I have used React, but I don't know Babel because like, if you install React by create React app, it has a Babel install automatically. So you don't have to do anything, you just have to run the code, you just have to build the code. That's it. I just want to learn what is this, so that's why. But I don't know if I need it or not because I can just I think I've been using Webpack in few of my recent projects in 3JS, in JS, or in plain.js. I like Webpack because I can use Webpack as a production server. It can bundle my code. Mm, yeah, and yeah, I like hot reload. Yeah, I like it for so many reasons. But what's wrong in knowing what is Babel? Because React use Babel.
To install these three packages. Now let me explain what this command does. So we will specify node package manager to install my
Why?
core
What are these
dependencies and then specify your package name. Now I'm going to pm I stands for install, then just say -d to save these packages as the dev dependencies and then specify your package name. Now I'm going to specify three packages to install in my project. So I'm going to say here Babel core, then I want to install Babel reset env, then I wanted to install Babel CLI, right? And just press enter to install these three packages. Now let me explain what this command does. So we will specify node package manager to install my packages, then I will just specify I to install the packages, or you can just say here install as well. So I will just specify a short version, so I will just say here I and then specify -d. So -d will save these packages as development dependencies and then just specify package name. So I wanted to install three packages at the same time, so I had just specified three packages name with spaces. To work with Babel, you need to install Babel core, which is the core Babel library, and then install Babel present env to transform ES6 code into ES5. And just after that, I will just install Babel CLI to run Babel from the terminal. If you are using a Webpack, then you don't need to install Babel CLI library. So it will just take some time to install these packages. Now you can.
What is Babel preset env? Smart preset that allows you to use the latest JavaScript without needing to micromanage which syntax transform. If you followed in this tutorial, okay. We transpiled the ES6 for you just like you wanted. Okay, he is not installing Babel preset env. Let's see what's the difference here. Hello. Input. This is a fat. Wait, fat. Is it called fat function or something? It's an arrow function. It's a fat representation or something. So input.js has this code and arrow function ES6 feature. This is supported in most browser, but not all. npx in Babel input.js output file is output.js. If you open, so that nothing has changed. It's exactly the same as input. This is not what I showed. The reason for this, Babel doesn't do anything out of box, but Babel is built on preset and plugin. If you don't add any preset plugin, the Babel will do nothing. Babel's plugin does the work. To make Babel actually do something, we need to add a plugin. It's the plugin that does the heavy lifting. Each plugin has its own npm. For each the plugin you want to install, you have to install npm library input.js. It's called Babel plugin. That transpile the file you have written in input.js. If you need, now you need to tell Babel to use the dependency, add the file called Babel rc to the root of the project. This is the configuration file for the Babel, and you need to tell Babel to use a plugin when doing transpilation. This so Babel is a transpiler, and you need to give what plugin to use while transforming the code. Okay, so here in this case, I think he will need to give a preset env. Let's say this is the configuration file for Babel, and you need to learn to use the plugin. So the plugin is Babel plugin this. The plugin only transpiles CSS arrow function. Okay, so okay, that's how you can rerun the Babel, and the generated file will be like this. This is awesome. Okay, the Babel function has created a preset that contains common bundle all the plugin. Oh, okay. Do the npm installation Babel configuration once, and a bunch of the plugin are automatically installed. Okay, there are many different Babel preset. Foundation created preset that contain common bundle of the plugin. Okay. This means you only have to install and Babel configuration once, and a bunch of the plugin out when current Babel preset, both official preset from the Babel Foundation and official presets such as Airbnb have own dependency, they need to install and configure. If okay, now you have finally Minicode best to use Babel preset env instead of npm transform. Install dependency you said next configure in the present section of Babel rc file. Okay, you have to give it as a preset. What is your preset? Now you gave it as a plugin, and now this is given as a preset. When you have done, now this is install the basic configuration out of the box. You give the plugin unique selling point with Babel preset env that by default Babel preset env just install all the plugin unit, but this can bloat off your bundle. Look at this example of it. On the left is the ES6 code, then you can see in the middle how much code is generated if you must support old browser, and they want to code needed to support not super old browser to the right. Okay, I think this is
See, the packages are installed successfully. So you can see the node modules folder in your project directory, and you have different packages installed in your node modules, right? Now, just after that, when you inspect your package.json file, here you have a dev dependencies. Now, you have Babel core, Babel CLI, and Babel present env library present in your project. Now, to set up your project, you just need to create a directory in the root folder and name this directory as source. So I'm going to create a new directory
Wait.
in
I
your
think
project.
this is for
Now,
the configuration of the Babel.
to set up your JSON file, here you have a dev dependencies. Now you have Babel core, Babel CLI, and Babel present env library present in your project. Now, to set up your project, you just need to create a directory in the root folder and name this directory as source. So I'm going to create a new directory in the source project. Now, to set up your project, you just need to create a directory in the root folder and name this directory as source. So I'm going to create a new directory in the source folder. So I'll just select my project and just create a new folder here. So I'm going to say here src, right? So this is my default entry point of my application, and just select this new file icon and just specify file name. So I'm going to say here index.js, right? So this is your default entry point of your application. You are free to set custom entry point as well, but at this time I will just using the default one. So I will just add some ES6 code here. So I'm going to create a variable. So I'm going to say function 2, and I'm going to after that specify. Now I just want that is a tool transforming a particular transformation. A preset is a plugin for some code for transforming a particular transformation. So you have to specify which plugins you want to use with a configuration. So using the Babel configuration file, I will just specify my preset. A preset is just a pre-written configuration you can use to get common sets of transform. In simple words, a preset is a set of plugins used to support particular language features. To set preset, you can create babel.config.js file or just create .babelrc file. So I'm going to use .babelrc file to specify preset. So I'm going to create babel.rc file in my root directory. So I'm going to say here type no and just create babel.rc file. So I'm going to say here .babelrc and just press enter. To say here .babel and just create babel.rc file. So I'm going to say here .babelrc and just press enter. So this will create a new file for you, right? Now, just after that, in this file, you just need to create a preset. Babel.rc is a JSON file, so you need to specify a preset in the JSON format. So what you need to do is, you just need to specify an object here and just say preset. Right? And here, you just need to specify your package name, which will transform your ES6 code into ES5. So on the zero index, I will just specify.
This is like how this guy is saying. If you want to give custom list of all the plugin, you have to give it as a plugin. But if you have a preset, that means it's a bundle of all the collection of all the bundle of all the packages, common packages that are needed to transform the ES6 code to legacy way of writing JS code. Yeah, you just have to do a preset. And yeah, it's interesting. Okay. One thing that I noticed is that it's presets, not preset, and it takes an array, so it makes sense. It's presets, not preset. Okay.
Binary.
You might forget the whole idea in few months. That's right. For Babel, Babel is a transpiler or converter in a very layman term that convert the modern ES6 code into legacy or commonly accepted ES5 code. But Babel does not do everything or anything by its own, like TypeScript. TypeScript need a TypeScript compiler, TSA, right? But Babel doesn't do everything or anything like its own it relies on plugin. So Babel is a tool that use plugin and transform the code as per plugin or let plugin transform the code. I don't know how does it works. But important thing is that without plugin, Babel won't convert code. Input and output file will have same code. To give plugin, you have to create a configuration file of Babel, Babel's configuration file. And what is it called? Called Babel RC. Babel RC. In that Babel RC, which is JSON file. Babel RC is a JSON file. You give plugins, okay? Plugins. Okay. List of plugins like a plugin to convert fat array function to ES5 functions, etc. But if you try to do this way, you may miss a lot of plugin. So Babel support something called presets. Okay. Preset is collection of common plugin that is also a package which may be developed by Babel group or outside. To have this, you need to install the preset like npm-team independency. So add red Babel and preset env. So this is one of the preset env. And to tell be able to use these preset or plugin in this preset. We give this as preset in Babel RC. How do you do that? Presets as oh shit, no, @Babel preset in v. Okay.
So I just wanted to specify here package name. So in package.json file, here I have Babel present env. So this package will convert all my ES6 code into ES5. So I'm just copy this package. So I'm going to specify this package here, right? Save the changes and just leave this file, right? Now just back to your package.json file and just specify script to run Babel. So I'm just get rid of this test and just say here start and just specify your script which you wanted to execute. So I'm going to say here Babel, and then you just need to specify your entry point of your application. So I'm going to say here src. So this is my folder name, and then you just need to specify your output file directory. So I'm going to say here -out dir for directory and specify your directory name. So I'm going to say here disk. So disk is an arbitrary name. You can specify any name to your directory. So when you execute this command, you will have your disk directory here with a transcompile ES6 code, right? Save the changes. Running this command to compile all your code from the source directory to your disk, right? So back to your terminal and just press here npm start. So this will execute this start command, right? And just press enter. So Babel will create a new folder here, disk, and just transcompile your ES6 code into ES5 in index.js file here, right? After the Babel will compile your code, you will see this message, successfully compiled one file with Babel, right? Transcompile your ES6 code into ES5. Now let's examine with different code. So if I just get rid of this code, just call here a log, just compile code in index.js file in the disk folder right here, right? So this is what you have. So Babel will transcompile your classes into a function because in ES5 we don't have class. So Babel will transcompile ES6 code into ES5, and now you can use. That is all for this lecture. I will see you in the
Awesome. Okay. I think we learned much from it. Let's take a 2-minute break. पहली दफा बरसों की Okay.
I'm going to jump in too deep into why we need to pull in Babel. For now, all I'm going to do is click on this screenshot here, which will take me again to a page where I can copy the script tag that you see. And I
Let me check one thing.
The next one.
Am I visible? Let me check one thing.
.babel RC file. So I'm going to use .babel.
Okay.
We'll paste that in underneath this script tag. And if we look really closely below here, it says you can use any JSX. We'll cover what JSX is later in any script tag by adding type equals text.
You can use JSX in any script tag by adding type equals to text slash oh. So I have to put type, not the module. I have to put it as a text and Babel. Okay.
Slash Babel. So I'm going to do that here in my script tag down here. Type equals text slash Babel.
Okay.
And that's all the setup we really need. By pulling in the React-DOM library in this script tag, I now have access to a global variable called React DOM. I'm going to use that to render something to the screen. Once again, I'm going to be covering everything that we're talking about here. It's totally okay if this is moving pretty quickly. React DOM.render allows me to render something that looks very much like HTML.
Or anything. Well, how is it getting suggestion?
I have access to a global variable called React DOM.
Oh, he's not getting any. React DOM dot
to use that to render something to the screen. Once again, I'm going to be covering everything that we're talking about here. It's totally okay if this is moving pretty quickly. React DOM.render allows me to render something that looks very much like HTML. Now, this might be blowing your mind a little bit because this probably looks a little strange writing some HTML inside of my JavaScript. We're going to see how this is kind of one of the beautiful things that React has added so that we can write really declarative code. Now, let's put something inside this H1 that's meaningful. We had hello React over here. Maybe I'll say hello everyone. Okay, in my index.html, I'm going to get rid of this H1 so we're not confusing this H1 with what I'm seeing over here. Now, React DOM.render, the first thing is what do I want to render to the screen? The second thing is where do I want to render it? Well, let's go to our HTML and I'm going to create a div here, just a completely empty div, and I'm going to give it an ID so that I can select it. We'll call it root because this is going to be like the root of our entire application. I like to think of this div as a container for the entire website that we're going to build in React. And now that I have a place where I can put my H1 here, I'm going to select it with a regular DOM API document.getElementByID root. And surprise, we've written some React code. I'm going to hit save.
Okay. Equals to document dot get element by ID. It's called root.
We'll see that it tells me, hello, everyone. In a single line of code, I was able to use React to insert something that looks very much like an H1. Obviously, this is a little different because we're still inside JavaScript. And I was able to put it right inside of this real DOM element in our index.html. Now, I have an entire lesson that's dedicated to understanding exactly what's going on here. But in an effort to get your hands on the code, a quick win for you to see that you can write React and it's not too scary, I'm going to give you a few seconds of silence where you can pause the screencast and study this line of code. And then I'll be erasing it and letting you type it again from scratch. In fact, let me write that down as a little challenge here. Okay, pause the screencast here. Spend just a minute memorizing this line of code. Do that now. And then I will add a little comment with the next part. Okay, your time to shine. Rewrite the line of code as best you can from memory. You don't have to put hello everyone or hello React or whatever. You even don't have to use an H1 like I did. You can put whatever HTML you want in there. So pause the screencast now and work on that.
Okay. Index.js.
Because I pulled in that React DOM library in my
React.
CDN, I have a global variable called React DOM, and it has a render method, which allows us to render something to the screen, or kind of, in other words, place something on the screen. And I don't know, let's do a paragraph this time, just to switch it up a tiny bit. Say, hi, my name is Bob. Okay, so that's the element that I want to place inside of this div. Again, this div is a container for the actual elements that I plan on putting on the screen. And the second parameter that I need to include with React DOM.render is, you can think of it as a DOM node that I have to go select with document.getElementById, or because I can also get DOM nodes with something like query selector, that would work just as well. In this case, I'd have to put #root because that's how query selector works. It's the ID of root. Just so this isn't confusing, we'll just keep it as getElementById for now, but just so you know, either one should work just fine. So the first parameter is what do I want to place on the screen, and the second one is where should I be placing this? I imagine under the hood, what render is doing is it's taking this DOM element that we are grabbing with getElementById, and it's running something similar to .append or .appendChild to it. And what is it appending? It's appending this paragraph. We're going to see that it's a little more complicated than that, but that's a good way to kind of build a mental model for yourself as to how this is actually working. So I haven't refreshed the page yet, which is why this still says hello everyone. I'm going to hit save, which will refresh my browser, and there we go. Hi, my name is Bob. This time it's a paragraph instead of a header element, and that's awesome. We have written React in a single line of code. You might have noticed that our console is popping up with this error. You're using the in-browser Babel transformer. Be sure to pre-compile your scripts for production. A bunch of jargon here that may not totally make sense to you. And that's fine. That's a symptom of us setting up React the easy way instead of the correct way.
What are you saying?
We have written React in a single line of code. You might have noticed that our console is popping up with this error. You're using the in-browser Babel transformer. Be sure to pre-compile your scripts for production. A bunch of jargon here that may not totally make sense to you. And that's fine. That's a symptom of us setting up React the easy way instead of the correct way.
Let's check one thing. I don't know how this is working because this is something not, it doesn't require the configuration and it's not giving me the output. Let's search why React and React DOM does not require Babel configuration. Script type text/Babel. Oh, this is called Babel standard. And for this, we'll build a Babel for use in a browser and non. Oh, okay, non-Node.js. Oh, oh, you should use a build system running on Webpack. Okay, I now understand what is standalone. Script tag. If you want to use a browser native support, data preset, data type equals. Okay, you can get preset. Stage 3. Takes a Babel source. You can also set async interpret with external script. One thing that let's check this code. Real time. Okay. Okay. That's awesome. Like you can use the older one as well as the newer one. Okay. I like that. No setting, not doing anything.
Soon down the road, we'll be kind of shifting our setup here, and that warning will go away. And awesome. Okay, because this is Scrimba, you can always delete this. If maybe you weren't able to memorize that, you can try deleting it, rewriting it again from scratch. Practice with it. I'm going to ask you to do that a million times throughout this course because the only way to learn React is to write React as much as you can. Now, I have found it really helpful for my own learning to understand why the heck I even care about React in the first place. So in the next couple screencasts, we're going to be talking about some of those really awesome benefits that come with using React as our library for building web applications. But as always, if you want to spend more time with this, go ahead and do that. Pause. Click into the editor, start typing what you want to type, practice it. And when you're ready, I will see you in the next lesson.
Let's do one thing. Git. I wanna make a repo where I can new React Freecodecamp. Description is this is a repo of work done while doing React course on Freecodecamp YouTube. Learning React course from a course on Freecodecamp YouTube video. Freecodecamp. Okay. Public. Okay. Let's say git init and git add everything, git commit minus m. What is the first part is
into the editor, start typing what you
first React. First React. First React. Copy. Okay, that's it.
want to type, practice it. And when you're ready, I will see you in the next lesson. Surprise! If you know my teaching style, I wanted to include a practice in here. Essentially, you're just going to be rewriting that same line of code that we just wrote in the last lesson. However, this time we'll extend it just a little bit. I want you to see if you can figure out how to render an unordered list with 2 or more list items inside. Last time we just rendered a paragraph. You can see it's still kind of left over here. If I refresh that, that'll disappear. I've left the entire setup here for you. We're still pulling in the script tags for React, React DOM, and Babel. So essentially your main focus is just to rewrite that same one-liner of code, but see if you can figure out how to add a couple more elements inside, like having an unordered list with some nested list items. Pause here and try to work on that challenge.
Okay. I don't know. Let's do this way. Let unorder list equals to ul I don't remember this. I think this is how we do this. Unordered list. Unordered this list. Milk. Butter. List cheese. Yogurt. Okay. Let's, yeah. H. H. Who list of milk. The. Oh, yeah, I'm going to do that. Don't worry. Okay.
Okay, pulling in the React DOM library that gives us access to a
you mean to say
render
that? Okay, I have to write everything from scratch. So React DOM dot render, render render React DOM dot render UNO unsigned order list React DOM dot render your chain document. Let's do one thing here. Let main app equals to document dot get element by id is root main app. Huh? React DOM is not defined. Wait, how did it change?
Before we did a simple paragraph like this and put some code inside of here. We'll just HTML to use. Okay. One more thing that was highly requested, why we care about React. Hopefully that was some good practice. Now let's keep moving forward and learn a little bit more about why we care about React.
Okay. Git add dot git commit minus m first React. Oh shit. Okay, thank God. Clear. Git commit minus m first React practice git push. Okay. So build a React info site, that is local setup, the quickest.
One more thing that was highly requested from the first time I recorded this React course was how can I set this up on my local environment? Everything that I'm doing will be done on scrimba.com so that you can interact with the same code that you see me writing. However, it's also a good experience to run it locally on your own computer and get a feel for what it would be like to actually develop React on your own computer. Again, our setup here is more of the easy way than the right way, but for now what you can do is you can click the little gear icon in the lower right of your Scrimba editor, which will pop up a little menu here, and there's an option that says download as zip. That will download a zip file containing the files that we're working on here. You can uncompress that like you normally would any zip file and open that up in any editor that you'd like, for example, Visual Studio Code on your own machine. Now, in order for that to run, I'm going to show you what that looks like on Visual Studio Code. Inside of Visual Studio Code, which is what you see in this screenshot, there's a menu icon for some extensions, and you'll need to search for an extension called Live Server. It's created by Ritwick Day, and you'll need this installed to your VS Code in order to run the code that we have written in React. So you'll click the little install button. That's going to put an icon down at the very bottom menu bar in Visual Studio Code that says Go Live. And all you need to do is click that Go Live button, which will open a web page on a local server. I think it's maybe port 5000 that it runs. And that should launch your own React project on your local machine. As soon as you see me move toward a different setup for React that includes Webpack and downloaded dependencies from NPM and so forth, this is no longer going to work in quite the same way. But for now, for those that are curious, I thought I might just explain how you can get this set up on your own machine. Okay, that's enough delaying. Let's keep moving forward with the course. Let's spend a little bit of time understanding why we even care to learn React. One of the main reasons that people will talk about is how React allows us to write composable code. So what exactly do I mean by composable? Well, an analogy that I came up with has to do with sculpting. If you think of the statue of David, for example, this statue was created originally from a single giant block of marble that was then sculpted down to the sculpture that we know today. So in the end, what results is one giant single piece that makes up this piece of art. Now, what if instead of starting with one giant piece, we instead used a bunch of small pieces to put together something that is greater? These are Lego bricks that obviously are small, each in their own right, that were put together to create something large. In this example, they all kind of work together to accomplish a goal, so to speak, the goal of looking like the statue of David. Now, this example is not perfect because the original statue of David obviously is more beautiful than this replica made of Lego bricks. But hopefully the concept makes sense. Let's look at an example in actual web development. What I have here is copy and pasted from the Bootstrap website. If you're not familiar with Bootstrap, that's really not important right now, but it's enough to know that these 30 or 40 lines of code, copy and pasted from the Bootstrap website, represent a navigation bar that is pre-styled. Now, in the old days of web development, a single page on a website was usually a single HTML page. So if this is just the nav bar, a lot of times those web pages would end up being thousands and thousands of lines of HTML code, essentially making it one giant sculpture. Well, with modern frameworks like React, we can take code like this and we can put it into our own custom components. And we can put those components together to make something that is larger. But in our case, our code becomes a lot more maintainable and a lot more flexible. You can see I've given these kind of silly names to show you that these are not regular HTML elements. I can combine elements together that are real HTML elements, like you see here, into my own custom component called, for example, my awesome navbar or my awesome footer. We're not quite ready to dive into the syntax of React quite yet, but I'm going to give you a taste of it and a chance to play with it before we move on. So let's see this in practice. Over here, you can see I have my React DOM.render, and I'm rendering a custom component called navbar. And if I scroll up, you'll get a chance to see how I created that navbar. As a quick aside, one thing you might notice is that I'm using class name everywhere instead of class. That's not a mistake, that's just how you have to assign classes in React. We're going to cover that later. But for now, I'd like to give you a challenge that's going to require you to deduce what I've done here and try to replicate it for yourself. So let me put that here. Okay, your challenge is to see the navbar component that I have created and see if you can deduce how to create your own component called main content.
Okay.
It can return something really simple like a single h1 element, and afterwards I want you to replicate it for yourself. It's not a mistake, that's just how to require you to deduce what I've done here and try to replicate it for yourself. So let me put that here. Okay, your challenge is to see the navbar component that I have created and see if you can deduce how to create your own component called main content. It can return something really simple like a single h1 element here and try to replicate it for yourself. So let me put that here. Okay, your challenge is to
React DOM.render, it's rendering navbar.
See the navbar component that I have created and see if you can deduce how to create your own component called main content. It can return something really simple like a single h1 element, and afterwards I want you to render it below the navbar. You'll have to figure out how to render it below the navbar. Now I want you to render it below the navbar. You'll have to figure out how to render it below the nav bar. Now, I've changed this a little bit for reasons that we'll talk about soon, but this line here, 51, this is where you're going to figure out how to render your own custom component.
Create your own custom React component, call it main component. Okay, save it, return a simple h1 element that say hi, I am learning React.
Main
Right below the nav bar, you can do inside the React DOM.render call.
So first, build your custom component, looking at my example above to try and figure out how to do that. And secondly, render that component down here in React DOM.render. Pause the screencast and work on this challenge. Build here 50, render that later. Component called.
We can do this way. React component is just a function, nothing else. It's a function that return something, HTML element. If you use that with if it starts with a capital letter, it's a component. Function main component. Okay, so it says return. It should return only one div, and let's say it's a div and h1. I am learning React. Okay, I can do this as here on order list. On order list, it's asking me to do something. Div main component. I am learning React.
Called main content. It can return something really simple like a single h1 element, and afterwards I want you to render it below the nav bar. You'll have to figure out how to render it below the nav bar. Now, I've changed this a little bit for reasons that we'll talk about soon, but this line here, 51, this is where you're going to figure out how to render your own custom component main content. So first, build your custom component, looking at my example above to try and figure out how to do that.
Okay.
And secondly, render that component down here in React DOM.render.
So
Pause the screencast and work on this challenge.
One thing is that React component is nothing but a function or class that returns something. Okay, the difference is that like how the transpiler or how the React distinguish between the common function and React component is that if one thing is that it doesn't accept a function or class whose name start with lowercase. So you have to start with uppercase, like I'm doing in main component. M is capital. Okay, so if M is capital and it's returning, it's not returning string. One thing to notice is that it's not returning string, but it's returning bunch of HTML component, element component. So yeah, that's it. It's nothing but a function. So if function is returning something, if you can use that function with as an element. That's the concept of React. You can use a function or you can use class as a component, and that class will be called, and whatever it returns, it will be added to that HTML element. With HTML element, main app HTML element. So this is the job of transpiler.
Well, following the example above, we see that I created this component by creating a function. And the name of the function is the name of my component. So I will open.
It is a functional component. You can also make a class component. In the class component, there are so many functions that are available, which, yeah. But nowadays, everybody uses functions, so I think he's more focused on that.
Open up that function and return the content that I want to show up on my page. Above, I created a set of parentheses because I have many elements.
Yeah. One thing to notice is that return has a bracket
that I'm trying to return. I'll just do that just to keep things consistent for now. We'll create our h1 that says I'm learning React. And secondly, I can take my main content and I can render it by making it look kind of like an HTML element. In this case, it's a self-closing one, so I have main content as a single tag here.
Wait, why do I have this?
And if I hit save, we'll see that my H1 actually showed up on my page. And that's the concept of composability. It goes quite a bit deeper than this. We're going to see how we can make our components much more composable and reusable. But for now, let's move on to another reason why people really love React. And we'll cover that in the next lesson. Another major reason people love React is because it's something that we call declarative. So let's talk about declarative. To understand declarative, it's helpful to know that its opposite is something called imperative. When a program is declarative, we can simply tell it what should be done. More specifically, it's like the computer saying, just tell me what to do and I'll worry about all the nitty-gritty details on how to get it done. Its opposite, imperative, is when we need to tell the program how it should be done. Like the computer saying, I need you to describe to me every step along the way how to do something and then I'll do it. Okay. Up until now, if you've mostly been just using vanilla JavaScript anytime you needed to create elements on the page, you've been doing it in an imperative way. In fact, let's go look at what that has been like. I've commented out my React DOM.render and I'm going to put a challenge here for you. Okay, your challenge is to recreate this above line of code where we are rendering something to the screen using vanilla JavaScript by creating and appending an H1 to our div with the ID of root. We have our div ID of root. You'll need to select it and then append a new element. And I give you the step-by-step instructions right here. One little caveat is I don't want you using inner HTML because that kind of breaks the analogy down a little bit. Generally speaking, this is actually just a good way to practice the vanilla JavaScript that you have been learning so far. So it's always good to give it some practice. I'll give you a couple lines here, pause the screencast and work on this challenge.
No, this is just asking to write code in this way. Let each header element equals to document dot create element h1 and header element dot inner text equals to I am also learning JS. Okay. Oh, it is giving the class name of header element dot add. What is it called? Add class? I don't know. Add. I don't know the syntax. I think it's add class. Add class to in JS. Class list. Class list dot add HEADR header. What's the other requirement? Header append it to the child of root. Main app dot append child of header element. What the hell? Okay. यसले के गर्दो रहेछ पुरैलाई वाइप गरेर आफ्नो कुरा राख्दो रहेछ मुर्दालाई थाहा छैन मलाई डट इनर एचटिएमएल रहेछ नि त यो त नि डट इनर एचटिएमएल प्लस इक्वल्स होइन डट इनर एचटिएमएल इक्वल्स टु रहेछ ए दुईचोटि आएन
Okay.
भनेको यस्तो के react dot render component अथवा html एलिमेन्ट छ हैन अनि त्यसपछि रुट एलिमेन्टमा यसमा मानौ h1 I am प्रवीण छ /h1 है यसमा चाहिँ लेट root element dot append childमा h1 I am also engineer भन्यो भने आउटपुटमा I am प्रवीण हुँदैन Okay.
Let's work on this. So I'm going to create an h1 and I'll use document.createElement and I'll make an h1. And then if I'm giving it some text content, I need to class names. Finally, I need to append and then use the append. It should show really just putting something static that had nothing to, but with React, we're building our entire page in JavaScript. And so doing something imperatively this way, where I have to tell it step by step how to create the element and then to add some text content and then add a class name and then append it to the DOM, that's going to get old pretty fast, especially even with something mildly more complicated than a single H1, like a very simple web page like this. As soon as we have more than one element, suddenly our 4 lines of code will become probably dozens or maybe even hundreds of lines of JavaScript code just to create and append all of these elements in the correct order and in the correct way. And so that brings us back to the idea of writing our code declaratively, and React allows us to do that in a really simple way. As we see back up top, when we comment this out and uncomment this, we essentially get to write our JavaScript as if it were HTML. We are relying on React to figure out how to turn what we have declaratively written as an H1 into the JavaScript code that's needed to append it to the DOM. In fact, if I were being strict and wanted to make this more equivalent, in order to add a class name, I can just add a class name as if this were an HTML element. Again, this is class name instead of class for a good reason, which we'll talk about. But that's a pretty minor difference to be able to do all of these lines of code in fact, if I were for HTML, we are relying on corrections, or maybe even as we have more than one of JavaScript code, our 4 lines of code.
Class span यस्तो पो हो क्लासको नेम क्लास यो त डिफरेन्स हो नि त नि धेरै होइन त नि क्लासको क्लास नेम हुन्छ अन क्लिकको सिन्ट्याक्समा फरक छ क्यापिटल हुन्छ क्लास इक्वल्स टु हेडर छ भने क्लास नेम इक्वल्स टु हेडर हुन्छ
will become probably dozens or maybe even hundreds of lines of JavaScript code just to create and append all of these elements in the correct order and in the correct way. And so that brings us back to the idea of writing our code declaratively, and React allows us to do that in a really simple way. As we see back up top, when we comment this out and uncomment this, we essentially get to write our JavaScript as if it were HTML. We are relying on React to figure out how to turn what we have declaratively written as an H1 into the JavaScript code that's needed to append it to the DOM. In fact, if I were being strict and wanted to make this more equivalent, in order to add a class name, I can just add a class name as if this were an HTML element. Again, this is class name instead of class for a good reason, which we'll talk about, but that's a pretty minor difference to be able to do all of these lines of code in one single section right here. And that difference is going to compound as we get into more and more complicated UIs like we see here. So at this point, I could probably continue talking about different reasons that we're choosing to use React and that it will be really beneficial for you to learn React. As you see on my little list here, it's a very high-rollable skill and it's actively maintained by really skilled people at Facebook. However, at this point, I think we're overdue to just jump into the syntax, get your hands on the keyboard, and start learning and practicing React. So when you're ready, let's keep moving forward. Okay, let's finally address this elephant in the room, what we're looking at here.
I don't know, man. I just pee every minute. I'll be back. Okay.
Here, why we have what looks like HTML stuffed right inside our JavaScript. JSX. Why we have what looks like HTML stuffed right inside our JavaScript. Well, fairly early on in the days of React, the React team created a syntax that's called JSX. JSX stands for JavaScript XML, but that's not terribly important for you to memorize. What's most important is to think of it as sort of a flavor of JavaScript that looks a lot like HTML. And with the introduction of JSX into React, it really made it so that React was very declarative instead of imperative. We can see up above what it took for us to create an H1, give it some text content, and give it a class name in regular vanilla JavaScript. But with JSX, the benefit is that we can just write what we're already used to writing with HTML. Now there's a couple of small differences. For example, instead of using class, I need to use class name. So I might say class name equals header, for example. And there's a few other of these, but for the most part, with JSX, we can just write the HTML that we're used to writing. At first, it might be a little bit confusing to write your HTML inside of your JavaScript, but I promise as you start doing React, it's really going to start making sense. You're going to learn to love JSX. Now, one thing that was really helpful for me to understand as I was learning was to see the difference between what JSX is and what our regular DOM elements are. So I'm going to do a few things. I'm going to uncomment these lines of code here, and I'm also going to take this piece of JSX and set it to a variable. We'll call it element. Then I can fix my React DOM.render by just putting element down here, and this will work exactly the same. But this allows us to console log it. So let's console log element, and I'll hit save so that this code will run. I'll open the console, and we'll see the differences here. First of all, on line 4, we are console logging the DOM element that we created with document.createElement. And that's what shows up in our console as what looks like an HTML element here. So that's this line right here. However, when we console log our element that we created with JSX, what actually got returned to us was this. So let me copy this out. And we can see that this is just a regular JavaScript object. Let me clean it up just a little bit to make it even more clear. So in the end, what we get from JSX, or rather what React is creating with JSX, is actually just plain old JavaScript objects. And those objects describe the DOM element that we want React to put onto the page for us. And if we look closely, we can see some interesting information here. First of all, we see that it has very similar properties, like we have class name where we're setting that to header, and down here we have props, or short for properties, and we have class name put on it. What React actually got returned to us was this. And let me copy this out. And we can see that this is just as an HTML element here. So that's this line right here. However, when we console log our element that we created with JSX, what actually got returned to us was this. And let me copy this out. And we can see that this is just a regular JavaScript object. Let me clean it up just a little bit to make it even more clear. So in the end, what we get from JSX, or rather what React is creating with JSX, is actually just plain old JavaScript objects. And those objects describe the DOM element that we want React to put onto the page for us. And if we look closely, we can see some interesting information here. First of all, we see that it has very similar properties, like we have class name where we're setting that to header. And down here we have props, or short for properties, and we have class name. We also have something called children, and we can see that's actually the text that we put inside of our H1. That's about all I care to touch on with the object nature of React elements, but I thought it would be helpful to kind of kick us off understanding that JSX is kind of like a function that, when it's run, returns us objects that React can interpret and use to create actual elements that get put on the screen for us. I'm going to comment this out so we can talk about one more thing, clean up this a little bit. And I'll go ahead and put this directly back in line to my React DOM.render, move these onto their own lines. The last thing that I wanted to touch on was that with JSX, we need to make sure that we are only returning a single parent element. In other words, I can't take this one h1 and place, say, a paragraph directly next to it. One h1 and place, say, a paragraph element. In other words, I can't take this one h1 and place, say, a paragraph directly next to it, because in this case, we're rendering or attempting to render two sibling elements that sit side by side. In fact, if I try to run this, you can see React complains, and I guess in this case it says unknown error. Sometimes it will say that you have to wrap the elements that you're trying to render in some kind of parent element. Now, this doesn't mean that I can't put two elements on my page at any given time. It just means that I need to wrap them in something like a div, for example. So if I say a div that has an h1 and a paragraph inside, now I am rendering just one parent element, and it doesn't really matter how many children elements are included as long as I have one parent element that I'm rendering. So I can hit save. We'll see that this is working just fine. Now, remember how I was able to save my h1 as a variable? Well, I can actually save a whole collection of JSX, for example, this div with the h1 and the paragraph, as a variable. So let's say const page equals, and then I can paste in my elements here. Now, to me, this looks a little bit crazy. So normally what I like to do is move my elements, my JSX, onto their own lines as if this were HTML. But in that case, I need to go ahead and wrap everything in parentheses. Now, take a second and think, how is it that I can then fix what I have down here? We can see we have a syntax error. How can I fix this so that when I refresh the page, this is still working? Pause here and see if you can figure out how to make this work again. Down here, we can see a little bit crazy. So normally is a variable. Well, I can actually save a whole collection of JSX, for example, this div with the h1 and the paragraph, as a variable. So let's say const page equals, and then I can paste in my elements here. Now, to me, this looks a little bit crazy. So normally what I like to do is move my elements, my JSX, onto their own lines as if this were HTML. But in that case, I need to go ahead and wrap everything in parentheses. Now, take a second and think, how is it that I can then fix what I have down here? We can see we have a syntax error. How can I fix this so that when I refresh the page, this is still working? Pause here and see if you can figure out how to make this work again. Well, all of my JSX is being saved under the variable of page, so I should just be able to put page here and hit refresh, and sure enough, that's working just fine. Hopefully some of you were kind of curious to see what this looks like as a JavaScript object. If we console log page, we can see that essentially we got what we had last time, but this time it's a little more involved. Specifically, in the children property of our div, we see that there's other React elements in there. I'm not going to dive too deep into that. Feel free to copy and paste what you see in the console, maybe clean it up a little bit and analyze it. But the point is, I can save a whole bunch of JSX into a single variable and then use that variable kind of like any other variable. And the key is, that's because what I'm getting back when I write my JSX is just a JavaScript object. Okay, I'm going to clean this page up a little bit, and I'm going to comment out our page because I'm going to give you a challenge. Okay, I left our example of const page up here just for reference, but I did delete our code that we had at the bottom, which actually enabled us to put something on the screen, and that's because I want you to practice it again. So your challenge is to create a navigation bar using JSX. I've given you some instructions here on what the content should actually be, and as I mentioned at the navigation bar, enabled us to put something on the screen, and that's because I want you to practice it again. So your challenge is to create a navigation bar using JSX. I've given you some instructions here on what the content should actually be. Create a navigation because I'm going to give you a challenge. Okay, I left our example of const page up here just for reference, but I did delete our code that we had at the bottom, which actually enabled us to put something on the screen, and that's because I want you to practice it again. So your challenge is to create a navigation bar using JSX. I've given you some instructions here on what the content should actually be. I'm going to comment out our page because I'm going to give you a challenge. Okay, I left our example of const page up here just for reference, but I did delete our code that we had at the bottom, which actually enabled us to put something on the screen. And that's because I want you to practice it again. So your challenge is to create a navigation bar using JSX. I've given you some instructions here on what the content should actually be. And as I mentioned at the very end, don't worry about styling yet. We're going to cover styling soon, but for now, what you're going to have is just going to look like plain HTML that's unstyled. So pause the screencast here and see if you can complete this challenge.
Navigation भनेको nav भयो हैन nav को class name equals to main nav भन्ने बनाएँ मैले हैन अनि त्यसपछि tags के थियो semantic nav element as a parent wrapper have h1 element with the brand name of website, one element as a brand name, and insert another list of other nav element. An order list have 3 lists for pricing. List for pricing. Control C, Control V, Control V. Pricing 2, pricing 3, pricing 1. Okay. Oh shit. It's saying about pricing contact. Don't worry about the styling. Set this. Okay. So React DOM dot React DOM dot render navbar document dot get element id root.
Bit, I'm going to create a new variable. We'll call it text line. And inside of there, maybe this is this, you came to realize that out JSX for my navbar setup. The muscle memory for this is to use React DOM.render, and the first parameter that allows you for my navbar setup, and then the last bit, which was just meant to be something repetitive that allows you to get some muscle memory for this, is to use React DOM.render, and the first parameter is what do I want to render, and that's my navbar JSX, and the second thing is where do I want to render it. I'm going to do that by selecting with getElementById my div with the ID of root that is over in my index.html right there. Okay, I should hit save, and sure enough, it's pretty ugly. Obviously, we want to style this. We're going to get to that soon. I hope that challenge went well for you. If you struggled, please don't keep pushing forward. Go back, rewatch this lesson, see if you can do this again from scratch, or maybe just try typing it 10 or 15 times if you need to. Also, if you get totally stuck, don't forget that this is a community. You can reach out on Discord, ask your question, and you are more than likely to get a really friendly, helpful response back. When you're feeling pretty good about this, let's keep moving forward.
Hmm?
Okay, at this point, it's probably time for us to switch away from the easy way of getting React set up in our project to the more correct way. Now, inside of Scrimba, that means something different than it means inside of your own local environment. Scrimba has kind of some magic that's happening under the hood that's helping React just kind of work in our project. So I'm going to show the easy way of getting React set up in our project to the more correct way. Now, inside of Scrimba, that means something different than it means inside of your own local environment. Scrimba has kind of some magic that's happening under the hood that's helping React just kind of work in our project. So I'm going to show you a couple steps for how I do this in Scrimba. You won't really have to worry too much about that because even when you're creating your own new scrim in Scrimba, it'll just ask you what type of scrim you want and you'll just tell it that it's a React scrim and it'll set everything up for you. So what I need to do is in my index.html, I'm actually going to remove all of my unpackage.com CDNs here. So I can get rid of these 3 lines and I don't need this type text Babel anymore because I'm not pulling in Babel. And instead, over here on the left, I'm going to add the dependencies that I need. And I need React, and I need React-DOM. If you're a little bit more familiar with developing in JavaScript, you might recognize that these dependencies are similar to having a package.json where you install these packages through npm. If pretty much everything I just said doesn't make sense, don't worry about it at all. I am going to talk about different options for local setup later. If you absolutely need to follow along in your local environment instead of here on scrimba.com, you can continue to use the CDN way that we were just using like this, but otherwise I just recommend doing things here inside of Scrimba. Our main focus is not going to be how to set up React, but rather how to write React. So I will take those back out. And now that I have taken those CDNs out, it means that I no longer have global variables added to my window like React DOM. So if I try to save this, we're going to see I have an unexpected token angle bracket. And that's because, well, it doesn't know what React is at all. What I need to do now is actually import React from React. This might not seem like it's doing anything because I'm actually not referencing React anywhere here. I've got React DOM, but that's something different. However, React is where the JSX syntax is defined, and so I need to import React in order for this to work at all. Now, the astute among you might be familiar with the fact that with React version 17, I technically don't need to import React. However, currently, at the time of this recording, Scrimba is not yet set up to support the fact that React version 17 and above no longer requires you to import React in order for JSX to work. So anyway, throughout the duration of this course, I will be using import React from React, and that's because, well, I need to in this environment currently. Let's hit save again and see what we run into next. And this says, cannot use import statement outside of a module. And oh, you know what? I think that has to do with another sort of magic piece that is happening under the hood with Scrimba. So I'm going to add this .pack. That's not something you'll need to do in the real world. So this should be, yep, React DOM is not defined. That's the error I expected to see. And that's because whenever we're using React DOM, I will also need to import React DOM from React-DOM. And now, fingers crossed, I should get something that works again. Okay, there we go. We're back on the screen, and everything is set up a little more similar to how you normally would see a React project setup. Don't be overly concerned with all of these implementation details. However, this is how I'm going to be setting up my projects from here on. And at this point, we actually have enough knowledge for us to start working on this section's project, which is a static HTML page in React. However, before we jump into that, I want to exercise your brain with a little thought experiment, and we are going to do that in the next screencast. I'd like to do a quick thought experiment with you, and that is to figure out why we're using React DOM.render instead of just using the DOM append method that you've probably used before in JavaScript. I've written the first line for you, and that's to import React from React. That will just allow you to write some JSX. Your challenge, as you can see in this little 4-step process here, is to create just a really simple sample page in JSX. It has to be greater than or equal to 4 elements just to get your fingers working a little bit. And I want you to save that JSX to a variable. Remember that that variable needs to. Your challenge, as you can see in this little 4-step process here, is to create just a really simple sample page in JSX. It has to be greater than or equal to 4 elements just to.
Constant sample page equals to make a div with h1 saying I am main page. Let's have another div saying okay h3 welcome to Jumanji. Welcome to the Jumanji. Span. This is adventure. This spelling of the adventure. Adventure. I don't know. I guess this is an adventure which that all the people are looking for. Feel lucky. Sure. Yeah. Document dot get element by id root dot append child. Oh shit, 4 element. Is there a 4 element? No, there is only 2 element, h1 and date. h4 contact us 8 plus 1 435 554 9628 USA. Note: you should be above 18 years. Should be above. Thank you.
Get your fingers working a little bit. And I want you to save that JSX to inside of it. In other words,
Create a sample page, 4 elements, save them in a variable, select div with id of root and use dot append. Append child element. Append
we can't just have 2 sibling elements.
Okay, append can append several nodes and a string. Append parameter 1, parameter 2, set a node a string to insert.
Saved in a variable in JSX. Then I want you to select the div with the ID of root using whatever selector you want to use, and then use .append to append your JSX. If you need to do a quick Google search for how to use .append, that's totally fine. And then before you run your code, I want you to see if you can guess what's going to show up in the browser before you run the code, and then run your code and see if you can explain what does show up in the browser. Pause here and play around with this a bit. Okay, well, let's create our JSX. We'll say const page equals, and I'll open my parentheses so I can write my JSX on its own line. And we'll start a page. Yeah, the by some. Now, of course, I know what's going to show up. So I'm just going to run the code, and we see that we get object object. This object is sort of a string representation of a regular JavaScript object. Something I can do to actually make that object appear is to stringify it using JSON. So I can actually say JSON.stringify.
We can do that. JSON dot stringify. Okay.
And we will stringify that object so that it puts JSON on the page. I'll hit save. And look at that, we get a JavaScript object. Now, step 4, see if you can explain why this actually shows up in the browser. Well, kind of the whole purpose of this thought experiment was to remind you that JSX returns plain JavaScript objects. At this This point in time, it has nothing to do with the DOM. It's not recognized by the browser as anything important dealing with the DOM. It's only when we try to render it using React DOM.render that React can take these JavaScript objects and actually turn them into real DOM elements that the browser can interpret as things like first level headers or using React DOM.render that React can take these JavaScript objects and actually turn them into real DOM elements. That the browser can interpret as things like first level headers or ordered lists. So let's go ahead for the sake of practice and fix this. I'm going to update our challenge here. Okay, simply put, your challenge is to fix our code. And don't forget, we're not using those CDNs in our HTML anymore, which is what used to give us a global variable called React DOM. So you'll have to see if you can remember how we get access to React DOM. Pause the screencast.
Import React DOM from React.
Here and try to fix our code.
Let's go document.stringify now. React DOM dot render sample page document dot get element by id is root.
In order to use React DOM, I will need to import it, and we'll import it from the React DOM package. Then instead of selecting my div with the ID of root, actually I'm going to need that anyway, so I will leave that code there. I'll say React DOM.render. The thing I want to render is my page, so we'll put page, and the where I want to render it is inside of that div with the ID of root. I'm going to comment this out so it doesn't break it. We'll hit save, and there we go. Awesome. So simply put, React DOM's job, or the React DOM.render method's job, is to take React elements and interpret them in a way that turns them into real DOM elements that the browser can understand. Okay, with that understanding, it's only a small jump to work on our section project, which is to build a static page in React. We're going to start the first steps of that in the next screencast.
Can I do a bathroom to be?
Okay, we're finally at our first challenge. I'm really excited to start working on this. I've included a Google slide of what you're aiming for with this challenge. Notice there's really no styling being applied here at all. It's just bare HTML. So if we go look at the challenge, essentially you are starting completely from scratch.
Starting from the scratch, build and render the HTML for our section project. Check the Google slide for what you are trying to build. We will be adding styling to it later. Hint: the React logo in your file in your project tree. The file is a file in the project tree, so you can access it by using source React logo in your image element. I don't have an element, so let's make image. No, let's I don't have source. Images. React logo. Downloads. Okay.
And
So React logo, you can also set the width attribute of the image. Just like in the slide, I have it set to 40 pixel. Challenge.
and your job is to build the HTML for our section project as you see it here. We'll be adding just a little bit of styling to it later after we learn how to do that. And I've included a couple hints here. For simplicity, I've imported the React logo file directly into our file explorer here, which means that you can reference it in your image element that you create with source equals and then using a ./react-logo.png. I also have a hint here about how to set the width attribute. Just remember that JSX is almost identical to HTML, and in fact, for what you're working on here, you really shouldn't see any difference between the JSX that you'll write and what you would normally write in HTML. Don't forget that we are no longer using our CDNs, so you'll have to remember how to bring in React, React DOM, and so forth. That's all the hints I'm going to give you, so pause the screencast here and work on this challenge.
Oh. Lib banana barniya.
Between the JSX CDNs, in fact, for what the attribute dots and reference the HTML how to do that section project as
I am. What the hell? Slashing the skin is injured. src equals to dot slash images slash logo logo dot png style with 40 pixel fun facts about React. Oh, God. Was released in 2013. Was originally created by Jordan Walk. It has well over 100K stars on GitHub. GitHub is maintained by Facebook. Powers thousands of enterprise apps, including mobile apps. स्टाइल भनेको त यस्तो पो हो कि होइन? React HTML element style.
As you see it here. We'll be adding just a little bit of styling to it later after we learn how to do that. And I've included a couple hints here. For simplicity, I've imported the React logo file directly into our file explorer here, which means that you can reference it in your image element that you create with source here about how to fact and what you remember how to test here and work on this part on that. I'm going to be just last work start building our page here. I'm going to surround
React DOM dot render. React DOM dot render. केलाई गर्ने भन्दाखेरि यसलाई document dot get element by id root.
everything in a div, just bling elements, 40 pixels. And that looks a little more manageable, a little less crazy, not taking up my whole screen. Next, I've got something that looks...
यतिकै पनि दिन मिल्छ विथ है एलिमेन्टमा दिन मिल्छ नि आइफ्रेमहरु पनि यसरी दिन्छ नि विथ 500 हाइट 600 यसरी पनि दिन मिल्थ्यो
kind of like an H1 that says fun facts.
Oh man, I need to take a break. Image src equal to slash images slash logo dot png style equals to
about React. So we will add that in there. And awesome. Now, because my H1 is a block element, it has floated below my image, even though my image is technically an inline element. And that's kind of to be expected, or rather that's what we're aiming for. And then it looks like the last thing is an unordered list with these 5 list items. So I'll go ahead and add that unordered list. We'll do some list items. I'm going to hold Shift Option. Okay, and yeah, where we wanted to get to about React. I'll hit save and clean up some of my comments I mentioned. Saving all of our JSX to a single variable like this actually isn't really that common, nor is it convenient at all. So what we're a single variable like this actually isn't really that common, nor is it convenient at all. So what we're going to start covering is a much more common way, and that is by creating custom components. Before we jump into that, I want to give you a quick quiz over the topics that we've talked about so far, and we will do that in the next screencast. Before jumping right into the next topic, I thought it would be smart to have a quick little pop quiz on
why do we need to import React? To transcompile JSX into JS. If I were to console log page in indexed here, what would it show? So it will be the object with a key like parameter, params, key, not params, props, key, element, children, like that. What's wrong with this code? Constant page equals it has like it doesn't have one parent component, parent element. What does it mean for something to be declarative instead of imperative? Something to be declarative mean like you write something and you don't define like how it is added to the code, like it's class, how way, like it's just you just give a task. You don't do it by yourself. What does it mean for something to be composable? Oh, I don't remember it.
on some of the topics that we've covered up to this point. Because this is Scrimba, you can just click into this quiz.md file and answer the
I
questions
think
here. So
composable means
pause the
something you
screencast and work
can
on this
like
quiz.
put it on something and you can like use it again and again, right?
Is defined in React. Import React from React in our files? Well, it's because the JSX syntax is defined in React. And if we were to remove React, we would see that it's telling us React is not defined. Even though we're not using React in our code, the JSX here sort of demands that React be a part of our code. Not to remove React. Why do we need to import React from React in our files? Well, it's because the JSX syntax is defined in React. And if we were to remove React, we would see that it's telling us React is not defined. Even though we're not using React in our code, the JSX here sort of demands that React be a part of our code base. So I will go type that over here. React is what defines JSX. So in order to use JSX, we need to import React. If I were to console log the page in our index.js file, what would show up? Hopefully you actually attempted to answer this question before just going ahead and console logging it. Before I hit save, I know that page is a bunch of JSX, which in reality just returns some JavaScript objects. So when I console log page, I should just see a JavaScript object here. And sure enough, there it is. If you look closely at that object, you'll see a children property, and that children property has more React elements nested inside. Well, that's because we have our React element here with children that are more React elements. So over here, we can say a JavaScript object. These are React elements that describe what React should eventually add to the real DOM for us. Okay, number 3, what is wrong with this code? Hopefully you noticed that our JSX here is 2 sibling elements, and remembered that we actually need all of our JSX to be nested under a single parent element. As a quick sneak peek, in the future you may learn that you can use something that looks like an empty tag like this in order to wrap your JSX in something that doesn't actually create another parent element. These are called fragments, but that's more a little piece of trivia. We're not going to concern ourselves too much with that in this course. Next is number 4. What does it mean for something to be declarative instead of imperative? The way we described it before was to say that declarative programming meant I could tell the program what to accomplish and it would know how to accomplish the specific step-by-step details, whereas imperative meant I still needed to tell the computer step-by-step how to do everything. An example I like to think of this is to imagine myself asking a friend to make a peanut butter and jelly sandwich for me. If I were doing that declaratively, I could simply say, could you make me a peanut butter and jelly sandwich? And I would assume that they knew how to take care of the individual steps to do so. If I were being imperative, on the other hand, I would have to tell them to grab a slice of bread with their fingers and place that slice of bread gently on a plate, then to grab a knife from the drawer and to put the knife into a jar of peanut butter, and so forth. There certainly are times when something imperative is warranted. However, generally speaking, writing code declaratively is a much better developer experience and honestly usually leads to fewer bugs in the end. So declarative means I can tell the computer what to do and expect it to handle the details. Imperative means I need to tell it how to do each step. And lastly, what does it mean for something to be composable? Well, that just means that I can create small pieces that I put together to make a greater whole. In terms of web development, it means I can take pieces of my UI, my user interface, and put them into their own components, and then piece those components together to build my page. So what does it mean for something to be composable? It means that we have small pieces that we can put together to make something larger, and I'll even say greater than the individual pieces. This is a pretty broad definition of composable because the idea and concept of composability extends throughout all of computer programming, not just web development, and especially not just React. But I think we've gotten the point across. I'm really excited to keep moving forward. We are now going to jump into sort of the baseline level of React and start learning how to create our own components, and it's just going to get more and more exciting from there. So strap yourselves in and let's keep moving forward. When we talked about composability being one of the major benefits of React, we talked about the possibility in React to create our own custom components. What we currently have going on is we're saving our JSX elements here, our React elements, in a variable, and then rendering is we're the when level of all of in terms this means that I still needed to tell the computer step by step how to do everything. An example I like to think of this is to imagine myself asking a friend to make a peanut butter and jelly sandwich for me. If I were doing
Awesome.
Here are React elements in a variable, and then rendering that variable directly with React DOM.render. And although this has been working for us so far, it doesn't allow us a lot of flexibility when it comes to creating our own components in React. And even further, it's also pretty obvious we wouldn't want to take all of our markup and stuff it directly into React DOM.render, even though I think technically this might work just fine. Actually, I'm curious. Let's give this a shot. I'll comment this out. Okay, so everything is technically still working, but we run into the same issue as we used to in kind of the old days of creating HTML code, where if we're trying to stuff everything into one place, not only do the elements not become reusable, but it becomes really difficult to maintain as a developer. So creating our variable up here got us one step closer, but it's still not quite good enough. Instead, what we are going to start learning about is creating our own custom components. Now, I give you a taste of this early on in the course, but we're going to actually learn it the real way now. In programming, the concept of a function is one that allows us to write some code that we can then execute over and over and over again just by calling that function. And React adopts the same concept of having a function that allows us to create user interface or create elements over and over and over again if we wanted to. Knowing how functions work, it's really tempting to say, okay, well, I'm going to create a function, and let's give it a temporary name for just a second. And we might say, well, I have a function and I want it to return my UI, my elements here, anytime that function gets called. So I might try something like this. Let me get rid of page here, and then instead of page, we might say, well, let's call our temporary name function, and that is going to return the React elements that we asked it to, and therefore we have a function that we can reuse. Well, let's see what happens. Look at that, it actually worked. And what we have here is basically 90% of the way into creating our own custom components. A function like this that returns React elements is considered in React a component. However, there's a couple of conventions that we need to follow for everything to work correctly all the time. The first one is we need to use Pascal case instead of camel case for our component names. All that means is I need to capitalize the first letter of my component. And secondly, instead of calling this function with parentheses like we might be used to, we actually need to wrap it in angle brackets similar to an HTML element. And I still need to change this to a capital letter there. And that's the only changes we need to make from a regular JavaScript function that you have probably written hundreds of by now, and a React component that uses the same concept of functions to create reusable user interface pieces. You'll see if I hit save, everything is still working as we would expect. Okay, maybe you can feel it. It's time for a practice. I'm actually going to erase everything because you are going to write everything again from scratch. First, I'll write out the challenge for you. Okay, I've erased our code and saved it so that our page went away. This challenge is going to be given to you in two. Okay, I've erased our code and saved it so that our page went away. This challenge is going to be given to you in two parts. The first part is to create an ordered list that enumerates the reasons why you're excited to be learning React. Don't spend too much time trying to come up with a huge list. Just put a few things in an ordered list. And then I want you to render your list to the page. This is going to require you to remember all of the steps that we've learned so far on the basics of setting up a React app. So pause the screencast and work on part one of this challenge. To get started, we need to import React from React. I need to spell React correctly. Use React to return a working. Awesome. I'm just making go put it has a put now just so which any part of this was from the script build. And when you're ready, let's go to the nav element inside, and then make sure you're doing all of the challenges. And then when you're ready, let's go forward and we'll work on part 2. The next part of our challenge is to add some more elements to our page here. First, I want you to add the next part of our challenge is to add some more elements to our page here. Inside the nav, you'll have a nested image element with the source that I've mentioned here. And some other notes that you should read through. I also want you to add an H1 element that will go below the header. A better idea of try to add a header. Hopefully that didn't cause too many headaches for anyone, but the biggest problem with this is that, again, I'm trying to create 2 sibling, can't do that. I had earlier like this, or a lot of times you'll see people just wrap fragment tags that I briefly mentioned. Do that. I have to have one parent component. So I could either use those fragment tags that I briefly mentioned earlier like this, or a lot of times you'll see people just wrap it in a div like this. Now that I've done that, everything is working again the way I'd expect. Inside of my header, I'm going to include a nav element. Nav is just basically an HTML5 semantic element that is basically the same thing as a div.
So add header with the name so we have to do, let's name this page. Okay, remove this page. Okay, navbar है navbarमा मैले के गर्नु पर्यो, रिटर्न लेख्नु पर्यो अनि त्यसपछि ब्र्याकेट लेख्नु पर्यो, त्यो पनि परेन। यहाँ गएर अब के हुनु पर्यो, पहिला हेडरमा नेभिगेसन क्लास नेम इक्वल्स टु मेनु अंडरस्कोर बार। ठीक छ, अब एउटा header element with nested nav element. Inside the nav include the image with the image of the React logo. Navigation img image source equals to dot slash logo dot slash images slash logo dot png, right? By images dot png इसको style equals to width 20 pixel, image आया। हमारा क्या रहा, QL unorder list, इसमें लिस्ट का वैल्यू क्या था, add nested nav inside the nav element and make sure to set the window movement so it doesn't full screen. Add H1 and
except it's better to mix and see how things before H1 with some text describing the page, like reason. Refresh it and okay, H1 there, and I'll just paste that text in right there. Refresh it and okay, that's starting to look good. Then at the very bottom, so this is above this ending div because I still need it to be a part of my page component, but below my ordered list, I'm going to add
on order list है ना, OL order list रहा था, order list
a footer element. And inside, then at the very bottom, so this is above this ending div because I
footer element रहना पड़े रे,
still need it to be a part of my page component, but below my ordered list, I'm going to add a footer element. And inside the footer, we need to have this text here.
function footer में return करा
but we'll customize it to be relevant for me. So currently it's 2021. This has got semantic problems because I have those elements there. And I'm going to call this Zroll development because Zroll is my last name. All rights reserved. Real official. This is not going to be stolen by anyone for sure now that I have this footer here. And let's go ahead and refresh this. Sometimes people will put this inside of a small tag. I'm kind of just curious to see what that looks like. I need to end this correctly. And yeah, I guess that looks a little better. We'll leave it like that. Okay. Hey, nice work. Now, some of you may have been wondering, well, why am I just building everything as this monolithic page component? I thought the whole reason that we were creating our own custom components is because then I can compose them together instead of just shoving everything into this one component. And you would be right. So in the next lesson, we are going to learn how to compose these elements together, learning the concept of parent and child components and so forth. Before we do that, though, I want to make sure that you've been awake and that you're following along. We're going to have a quick quiz. So that is coming up next. Okay, it's quiz time again. Read through the questions in the quiz. Actually, click into the editor, type down your answers, and if you find yourself not knowing the answer to one of
कोडमा त केही होइन बेला कम्पोनेन्ट बनाउँदाखेरि चाहिँ अब स्मल भयो एम क्यापिटल हुनुपर्छ त्यसरी केही छैन ठिक छ यो कोडमा के खराबी छ त रिटर्न हेडर हेर्दा छ nav image source with 40 pixel ठिक छ यो कोड
these. Don't just kind of plow ahead, but instead actually do some research. See if you can figure out on your own with Google and whatever other resources you have available to you what the answer to the quiz question is before just moving on. So pause now, answer the questions. Is simply a function. React elements are the objects that get created when we return JSX. So although this looks very much like HTML, remember this is JSX, which is a special syntax of React, and under the hood, it's returning a regular JavaScript object. Those objects are eventually turned into real DOM elements that people can see on the screen. So sometimes you'll hear people refer to this as UI or user interface, and that just means that it's what the user can actually see on the screen. And just like any other JavaScript function, a component can be reused over and over. Here I'm creating a page component, but I can run my page function, so to speak, or in other words, create an instance of my page component by just rendering page again. Okay, let's go to number 2. What is wrong with the following code? It's a really small difference, but it's an important one. Any components that you create need to begin with a capital letter. This is called Pascal case, where it's essentially camel case, but where the first letter is also capitalized. Basically, anytime you might want to have, I guess you could say different words in your component name, like my component. All you do is capitalize the first letter of the next word. This would, of course, be instead of putting some kind of space in between there, like in a regular sentence. And then finally, what's wrong with the code in number 3? Hopefully this one wasn't too difficult to find, but if you look way down here, instead of calling our function like you might normally be used to by adding parentheses at the end, with function components in React, you instead surround these with the angle brackets as if it were a regular HTML tag. And in React, this is the correct way to, I guess you could say, call your component or create an instance of your component. Okay, short and sweet. Nice job on that quiz. Hopefully you were components in React.
I don't know what's wrong with this. I think this one is correct, right? I can call page field. It doesn't matter.
You instead surround these with the angle brackets as if it were a regular HTML tag. And in React, this
React code by na React ले जाए Instagram वाले support कर सर ऐसे code इन तरीके से यो बंद हो जाएगा.
This is the correct way to, I guess you could say, call your component or create an instance of your component. Okay, short and sweet. Nice job on that quiz. Hopefully you were able to follow along. Next, we're going to move forward and see how we can do a better job of composing our components together. As we've mentioned, it's not ideal to be taking our entire markup and stuffing it into one component like we're doing here. So let's learn through practice the concept of creating a parent and child component. We're going to start this off by having you do a mini challenge. So let me type out that challenge here. Okay, your little mini challenge is to take the header element from our page and to put it into its own component that's called header. Technically speaking, I'm not necessarily asking you to then render the header inside the page, but if you want a little extra credit challenge, you can render that header component that you just made inside of the page here. Pause now and work on this mini challenge. Header, basically I can do we'll jump in here or an HTML. I want to do it just like this, but I'm sure you can imagine if this were a much larger application, especially one that had pieces that had a lot of user interaction and so forth, it becomes really, really beneficial to move these things into their own separate components. Okay, so that leads us to the next part of this challenge, which I will type out now. Essentially, I want you to do the same thing, but now with the footer as its own component and the function or component here, that out of there, footer component. Okay, and then we'll do the same thing. I'll take everything here, include including the H1. And there's a little trick here because if you tried to just paste that in, you'll notice that this is two sibling elements, which again, we can't just render side by side. We need a parent element to surround them. So I will put this div down there, indent there. And
you're written main component like that.
And we will render an instance of our main content component. Now I should be able to refresh the page and essentially have the exact same thing. Of course, now that I've wrapped this in a div, very technically speaking, these elements are now children of the div, and the div exists right here on this level. For my purposes about it. So hopefully you can understand now the idea or the naming of parent-child components. We have a parent component, which is our page component, and just by virtue of it rendering other components, these other components become, by name, children components. And just like HTML, this can go deeper and deeper down the rabbit hole. I could have main content rendering another component that we have also made. And then relative to main content, that other component would be a child component and main content would be the parent component. This really is no different than in our HTML, how you can have different levels of parent, child, and even grandchild or whatever you want to call it. Nice work on this challenge. You can see that we are now composing our page together of other components. Now, we're pretty overdue in learning the ability to add some styling to our page, so that's what we're going to work on next. We're going to start off this lesson with a sort of mini challenge. Our goal is to add a navigation bar to our little site here. And navigation items like this are usually handled with something like an unordered list with list items. So that's your challenge. And navigation items like this are usually handled with something like an We're going to start off this lesson with a sort of mini challenge. Our goal is to add a navigation bar to our little site here. And navigation items like this are usually handled with something like an unordered list with list items. So that's your challenge. Underneath our image here, you're going to add a navigation bar to our little site here. And navigation items like this are usually handled with something like an unordered list with list items. So that's your challenge. Underneath our image here, your challenge is to add an unordered list with 3 list items for pricing, about, and contact.
Okay. Navigation bar list में pricing about contact.
In the end, this will essentially be like adding some HTML to your page. So list items for hit save and adding classes just like we're going to use style this now. Fortunately, styling something in React is as simple as adding classes just like you would in regular HTML. The only difference you need to know about is that instead of using class equals, we're going to use class name equals. And that's because under the hood, if you remember, React is taking these JSX elements and turning them into native DOM elements. And just like when we were creating things in vanilla JavaScript, we would say something like const unordered list equals document.create element with unordered list as the type. And then we would say ul.class name equals something if we wanted to set the class name. So in the end, that's why we're using class name instead of class in React. List as the type. And then we would say ul.class name equals something if we wanted to set the class name. So in the end, that's why we're using class name instead of class in React. And so I will set the class name here to maybe nav-items. Hit save, and then in our style.css, I can add nav items. And maybe first let's take the list style off. So we'll say
.nav items alternative list style our
list style of none, and sure enough, our bullets go away. And that brings us to the next part of this challenge. Using Flexbox, I want you to line up the nav items horizontally so that they sit next to each other like this.
Okay. Flexbox user Flexbox user nav item as a Flexbox user and display flex. Why? Yeah. Spacing.
And then also using Flexbox, I want you to line up the unordered list with your newly horizontal list items to be in line with our logo so that everything is nice and aligned just like we have in this image. In doing so, I want you only to use CSS classes. I don't want you to select any bare elements like the whole nav or anything like that, mostly just so we can get some practice typing out class name. Pause the screencast and work on this part of the challenge.
difference between flex and flexbox. Flexbox is purely CSS layout, which means that the entire layout is managed and controlled as a layout. No need to play with markup. Flex model is able to adjust its item. Oh, okay. Display flex and it is your flex. Justify content.
I should just be able to change the list item in line with our logo image here, and then we'll worry about some spacing between the be able to mostly just so we can get some practice typing out class name, select any bare elements like the whole nav or anything like that, mostly just so we can get some practice typing out class name, pause the screencast and work on this part of the challenge. Piggyback off our nav enough that, and then my nav, a class name of nav, of course, I could have logo, and sure enough, that gives in this image. In doing so, I want you only to use CSS class practice type are now sure enough there. If my nav, a class name of nav, of course, I could have just selected and display image as the first element and the unordered list as the second element. I guess I should say to direct children. I can just use justify content space between to push that pricing about and content items to the far right. It also looks like our logo got a bit stretched. That just kind of happens in Flex containers. So I'll say align item center, and that should fix my aspect ratios of the image. And then I'll go ahead and add far right. It also looks like our logo got a bit stretched. That just kind of happens in Flex containers. So I'll say align item center, and that should fix my aspect stretched. That just kind of happens in Flex containers. So I'll say align item center, and that should fix my aspect ratios of the image. And then I'll go ahead and add a little bit of space between my list items there. I know I mentioned using classes, but in the case of list items, I usually prefer to select the unordered list by its class, and then just select all the list items. That way I don't have to go go in and add a class name to every single one of my list items. Let's just give those a padding of maybe 10 pixels. Okay, that's looking pretty good. Now my image is looking a little bit small to me. I want to make it bigger, but oh yeah, we added this width attribute. But now that we know how to style with classes, let's have sort of an impromptu third part of this challenge. Okay, your task is to change the image styling to happen in the CSS instead of right here in line. And of course, for practice, let's add a new class to the image just so you can style it that way. Pause the screencast and refresh our nav load. Okay, we're back. I think it's a perfect opportunity for you to continue practicing styling this page. Obviously, this page is really small in its scope. And so before we just push forward, I would like you to spend at least a few minutes styling up this page, making it look a little bit nicer, add your own flair to it. In fact, I actually did that and put maybe 5 minutes of styling into it, which obviously shows it's not going to win any design awards. But I did change the font to use a Google font. I added this little box shadow under our nav bar. I moved the footer down to the actual footer section of our page, the bottom of our page, and added some really basic styles to it. So This is a great opportunity not only for you to flex your CSS skills and get your hands on the keyboard and do some practice, but also to interact with the Scrimba community. Especially on Discord. Once you've styled something up that looks, well, pretty much anything's going to look better than this. Once you have some kind of style added, take a screenshot and share it in Discord. As you make changes to your code here in Scrimba, it will create a note that you can save, and you can even share that on Twitter. You can share the link to that in Discord, whatever it takes for you to get involved with the Scrimba community. Once you've had a chance to apply some of your own creativity to this little page, the next thing we're going to do is clean up our code here, where right now we have everything kind of stuffed into our index.js file, and we're going to learn how we can move these components into their own folders and clean up our code a bit.
let's take a break. Few minutes. I'm gonna make coffee. Building a React info site organizing component. Okay.
There are practically innumerable ways to organize your projects, and so I'm hoping to, in this screencast, just teach you some of the principles, and as we go through the course, you may see different methods that I use, and of course, as you look at other people's code, you'll see the ways that they use as well for organizing their code. Now, what we have here is a very small site for React. There's hardly anything here. I barely have 50 lines of code to make this page. However, anything substantial that you have will end up being hundreds, more likely thousands, or even tens of thousands of lines of code in total. So it's really important to have an organization system that makes sense to you, to your group, and something that you agree upon in the beginning and stick to as you continue to develop. So I'm going to show you with separating one of these components into its own file, and then I'm going to give you a challenge to do the same for the others. So what I'll do is work on the header, and we're going to move header into its own file. So I'm going to create a new file in my Explorer up here called header.js. A convention that I personally like to stick to is that any file I create that will, and then I'm going to give you a challenge group and something that you agree upon in the beginning and stick to as you continue to develop. So I'm going to show you with separating one of these components into its own file, and then I'm going to give you a challenge to do the same for the others. So what I'll do is work on the header, and we're going to move header into its own file. So I'm going to create a new file in my Explorer up here called header.js. A convention that I personally like to stick to is that any file I create that will essentially house a React component will start with a capital letter the same as the component's name itself. Now I'm going to copy, or actually cut, this entire component out, and over in header.js, I'm going to paste it. Now, there's a couple things I need to change here. I want you to pause the screencast and see if you can think of two things that I need to change in this file in order for me to then be able to import it into this file so that it's working the way that it was before. So take a good look at this, pause the screencast, see if you can figure that out. Well, remember, in order for the program to make any sense of JSX, I always need to import React from React. Even though we're not explicitly using capital R-E-A-C-T anywhere here in my code, for JSX to work, I will need to import React from React. Again, this is something that has recently changed. If you're working in an environment that is actively using the updated React 17, then you may not have to do this. The other thing is currently this component is completely stuck inside of this file. I'm not sending it outside of this file anywhere. And so I need to export it. And oftentimes, if this is the only component that I'll have, I choose to export default the component. So I'll say export default header. Alternatively, I could save myself a little bit of lines of code here and just put export default function header right up at the top, and then I don't have to create a separate line down here that does it separately. Personally, I kind of oscillate between these two, so you can just choose whichever one you think you prefer the most and stick with that convention. If you're feeling a little bit rusty on export, import, export default, and so forth, you may want to spend some time researching import and export in ES6, because we will be using it quite a bit in this React course. Now that I have exported my header component, it means that over in my index.js, I can import it, and I'll say import header from, and then I have to use ./H header, and I could say .js, but that's the default extension for imports, so I don't need to specify .js. In this case, / is a way to indicate that I'm talking about a file in my own project here, not a package that's in my dependencies like React and React DOM. And I have to make sure that I spell this the exact same as my file name, not necessarily the name of the component. I could have chosen to call this head like that, and I still would have to say import header from ./header. Or in this case, I could say import whatever because I'm doing an export default. If that's confusing, don't worry too much about it. I prefer to keep the names all the same so that I don't run into any confusion there. Okay, we'll put an extra line here. What's nice about this is now my code is sort of sequestered into the header.js file, which means that if I want to change the header, I can logically come to my header.js file to make changes to my header. And I don't need to change how it's rendered down here because when I import it, I'm importing everything that I have in my header.js file, just like it was when it was declared here in the index.js file. Okay, let's get some practice. Let me type out your challenge. Simple enough. Just move the footer component and the main content component into their own files. And then, of course, do what you need to do to make it so that our site doesn't break down. Pause the screencast and work on this challenge. Okay, let's do this. I'm just going to cut my component, and the my header.js file comes the head xd because here in this them quite a bit. You may want to spend, you're feeling a little bit rusty on export, import, export default, and so forth. You may want to spend some time researching. Now that I have, and I'll say import header from, and then I have to use /H header. And I could say .js, but that's the default extension for imports, so I don't. don't need to specify .js. In this case, // is a way to indicate that I'm talking about a file in my own project here, not a package that's in my dependencies like React and React DOM. And I have to make sure that I spell this the exact same as my file name, not necessarily the name of the component. That I extension for is a way to dependency file name like that. I prefer to keep the line here, which means that just to my head, I'm importing everything. Okay, let's get in content component. Pause the footer should back up and being the it's about delay with it to work. Earlier in the course, we saw sort of the quick and easy way to get a local version of React up and running using some CDN links and an in-browser Babel transpiler to get everything working. You see, since React uses a syntax that isn't normally understood by the browser, there needs to be some kind of tool to translate this weird-looking JavaScript, like JSX, into something that the browser can actually make sense of, like regular old JavaScript. However, that in-browser Babel transpiler that we were using is not really a good long-term solution, which is why we saw that warning that says, well, basically you should do this in a different way if you're going to be pushing it up to production. So instead, what you normally need to do is set up a whole bundler system using something like Webpack. I've linked to the Webpack homepage if you want to go visit it there. And you would teach your Webpack configuration how to warning that says, well, basically you should do this in a different way if you're going to term solution, which is why that in-browser Babel transpiler that we were using is not really a good long-term solution, which is why we saw that warning that says, well, basically you should do this in a different way if you're going to be pushing it up to production. So instead, what you normally need to do is set up a whole bundler system using something like Webpack. I've linked to the Webpack homepage if you want to go visit it there. And you would teach your Webpack configuration how to use Babel, the transpiler or compiler, their whole bundler system using something like Webpack. I've linked to the Webpack homepage if you want to go visit it there. And you would teach your Webpack configuration how to use Babel, the transpiler or compiler, so that essentially it would take your React code and transpile it or compile it down to something that is readable by browsers with regular JavaScript. Just to be totally clear, Babel and Webpack are not specific to React, but in order for React to work on most web browsers, you would normally have to use Babel and Webpack to translate it into something that a browser would make sense of. And the truth is, unless you've already dealt with Webpack a bunch before, it's honestly a bit of a high bar for beginners to clear when they're just learning web development. So to help significantly reduce that overhead in getting started with React, the React team created a package called Create React App, which does all of the heavy lifting for you, and it even hides a bunch of that implementation detail of Webpack from you in the code. So in the end, it really just makes setting up a new React app on your local machine really simple. So let's take a look at the process of using Create React App to create a new React app on your local machine. Before you can jump into Create React App, you have to make sure that you have Node.js and NPM installed on your machine. To see if you have these installed, you can open up your terminal and type node space dash V. That's a flag to check the version of Node. If it spits out any number, that means that you do have Node installed. And if you do have Node installed, then you also more than likely have npm installed as well. But for good measure, you might as well run npm space -v. And again, if it displays a version number, that means you do have npm installed. Now, the next few slides are going to give a very high-level overview of how to install Node and npm. So if you already have Node and npm, you can sort of tune out the next couple minutes or skip ahead. And honestly, there's a lot of help already out there on how to install Node.js. I would just recommend going to YouTube and searching install Node.js, but specifically install Node.js with something called NVM. So I would recommend using NVM, which is the Node version manager. Its purpose is just to make switching and installing different Node versions extraordinarily easy, but it does mean that you have to install another package. If you're on a Mac or Linux machine, you can use NVM. I've included a link to their GitHub repository here. Or if you're on Windows, you can click here to go to a package called nvm-windows. But again, I would just default to following some kind of install Node.js with NVM tutorial that you find on YouTube. Okay, so now you have NVM installed. The next step is to open your terminal again, and this time type nvm space install space --lts. Now, this command is specific to the NVM for the Mac or Linux. I think it might be slightly different for nvm-windows. I think that might just be nvm install lts with no --, but you'll have to check the documentation and follow the instructions in that YouTube video to be sure. Then once that finishes installing, we come full circle and you should be able to double check your Node version and your npm version the same way we saw before. And again, by the time you're watching this, it very well may not be these versions. It might be a newer version than this. Now with Node and npm installed, we're ready to actually use Create React App. On the Create React App website, you can see this Getting Started section. The main thing we care about are these commands down here. Just to make things even more confusing, there's another thing called npx, We won't really get into what npx is, but for now it's enough to know that you can just type this top command, npx create React app, space, and then the name of whatever you want the folder that holds your app to be. After typing that first line, you can hit return and you'll see an output in your terminal that's more or less similar to this. You can see at the very bottom, it says we suggest that you begin by changing into your directory that you just created. If you didn't choose my-app as your folder name, then obviously choose whatever your folder name is. And once you're in that directory, you can run npm start. So you can see on my machine, I did that. I went cd into my app and then I ran npm start. Sometimes this command can take a little bit of time to get everything up and running, but once you do, you should see something that looks like this in your terminal. If you remember back when I showed you how to run React locally just using those CDNs and the VS Code extension called Live Server, well now we're essentially replacing that. You won't need to click anything in your VS Code using Live Server, but instead you're running your development environment through the terminal. In fact, after you run this command and it says compiled successfully, it will probably open a browser window for you and direct you to localhost 3000 automatically. And when that opens, you'll probably see the default Create React App screen, which looks something like this. So where exactly does this screen come from with the React logo? Well, this is a boilerplate version of the Create React App code that is automatically built in this new React app that has been spun up for you. If you really just want to start from scratch, what I recommend doing is just taking all of the files in the source folder. You can see I've highlighted them all here in my VS Code and just deleting them. And then you can just start from scratch the same way we have been so far by creating an index.js file and writing the code that we're used to writing. One thing to note here is that you don't need to create your own index.html. That is being handled inside of this public folder. And of course, I recommend poking around the code just to better understand exactly what's going on, but you'll see that inside that public folder, there's an index.html file that has a div with the ID of root in it. So inside the new index.js file that you create, you can already select that element by the ID of root when you're using react-dom.render. And it's a bit small in this screenshot, but you can see that it's rendering an H1 that just says, hello, create React app. And in the browser that popped up automatically on localhost 3000, it updated automatically for me. Now, usually any changes that you make to your code when you hit save, it will automatically refresh your browser. Every now and then I found that becomes a little disconnected and you just have to go to your browser and hit refresh. But either way, it should update your browser to reflect what you have written in the code. And that's it, you're all set. Now, as we continue to go through this course here on Scrimba, I still highly recommend that you do the challenges I gave you right here inside of the Scrimba environment. One of the huge benefits of Scrimba is that the environment is already interactive and it's already set up for you. And so the barrier to getting your hands on the keyboard, typing the code, practicing React is very low. So although you now know how to set up a local environment, please don't feel like you need to do that every time you're going to do one of the challenges that I give you, because honestly, in this course, we're not practicing how to set up React apps. We're practicing how to write React and build cool applications with React. But now you have the knowledge you need if you feel like jumping away from what we're doing in the course and just practicing your own thing and being creative, being curious, and building whatever you want to build without necessarily having to deal with the Scrimba environment. And then, of course, when the time comes to deploy your projects to a real website, well, you're going to have something local on your machine that you can push up to GitHub and to whatever host you're pushing it to. Okay, sorry that was such a long aside. Let's jump right back into the course and continue to learn. I am coming to you from the future because you can see in the background we have our React Facts static site almost completely built out, but there's an issue for anyone who is going to be using Create React App to follow along with some of the projects that we will work on. And namely, those issues are when we need to load CSS styles and when we need to load images in Create React App. In Scrimba, this will just kind of work out of the box, but if you're using Create React App to follow along, you might notice that, well, your site's going to look something like this. Not only are we to load images in Create React App. In Scrimba, this will just kind of work. Work out of the box, but if you're using Create React App to follow along, you might notice that, well, your site's going to look something like this. Not only are the styles
Oh,
missing, but also our image link is broken. Fortunately, these are relatively easy fixes. You can go to the React docs to check out this adding images, fonts, and files. It also has a link to dealing with CSS in there as well. You can actually click on the screenshot to go straight there, but I'm going to show you what this looks like in VS Code. So if you are using Create React App, it's generally recommended that you put your styles inside of your source folder. There's much more in-depth ways to also organize your styles on a per component basis, but for now, we're just going to assume you have one global style.css, and that's going to live again inside the source directory. And the Webpack instance that's running Create React App behind the scenes is using something called Style Loader that allows you to just import the styles directly into your index.js. This might seem a little weird to just be importing a string that represents a CSS file, but Webpack is set up behind the scenes to make this work fine. The main issue is that when you build your project, it's going to build in a way that doesn't have a ton of different files and folders inside your source directory. Instead, Webpack is going to make this work fine. The main issue is that when you build your project, it's going to build in a way that doesn't have a ton of different files and folders inside your source directory. Instead, Webpack is going to bundle everything up essentially into one giant JavaScript file. And that JavaScript file is going to live near index.html, and essentially in the end you'll have an index.html, an index.css, and an index.js files. That's nothing that you have to do manually, it's just going to happen behind the scenes for you. I think that will make more sense when we look at fixing our image issues, but right now, by simply importing our style.css, we get our React Facts site back to an almost perfect condition. You can still see that our logo icon in the upper left is broken. So loading images, we do something relatively similar. In the code behind me here, you'll see that we have a navbar component, and in that we are able to set the source directly equal to a string that has a path to the image that we need to exist in the navbar. However, because this path is relative to where the navbar.js file currently lives, this is going to break when things get bundled up into that one giant index.js file like I mentioned. So anytime you have an image that you want to include on your site, you will likely want to put your images inside the source directory, and then instead of hard-coding the path directly into our image source, we're first going to import our image from that path that's relative to where the navbar.js is. However, because this path is relative to where the navbar.js file currently lives, this is going to break when things get bundled up into that one giant index.js file like I mentioned. So anytime you have an image that you want to include on your site, you will likely want to put your images inside the source directory, and then instead of hard-coding on your site, you will likely want to put your images inside the source directory, and then instead of hard-coding the path directly into our image source, we're first going to import our image from that path that's relative to where the navbar.js file lives, and we import it with some kind of name. We can call it whatever we want. I've chosen React logo in this case. And then once we've done that, we simply replace our source with React logo. That way, when Create React App is bundling up this project, it essentially has a reference to where that image file exists relative to the current file, and it can create a better absolute path when everything gets bundled up so that there isn't a broken link between your component and the image that you're trying to use. And once we do that, we have our logo back and running, and everything else about this page is looking good. Now, there is another way to solve this problem, and that is to put your styles and your images inside of the public folder instead of inside of the source folder. However, this is sort of gently advised against. If you go to the documentation, there's a whole page dedicated to using the public folder, but if you read carefully, it says there's a lot of benefits to not using the public folder, but if you really need to, you can, and here's how. You can click the screenshot here to go read more about that if you'd like. Okay, hopefully that answers some of your questions if you've been trying to follow along with Create React App on your local machine. If not, and you're just working here in Scrimba, you essentially don't need to know any of this until it comes time to start using Create React App on your own machine. But either way, it's good information to know because eventually you won't be just working here in the Scrimba environment. With that said, let's go back in time and we'll jump right into this project. One thing that I really like to do when I'm starting a new project, especially if I have the design right in front of me like we do here, is to make a sort of mental outline of the elements on the page and how I'm going to lay this project out. All that really helps me do is to make a sort of mental model of how I'm going to create everything on the page. This can be especially helpful when you're thinking about layout and how you're going to place certain elements in the right spot on the page, especially especially when you start thinking in terms of using Flexbox or Grid to do that kind of layout. So as a first sort of mini challenge, what I want you to do is pause the screencast and look at this page, try to determine what kind of elements you would use, what kinds of CSS layouts you might use. Fortunately, this project has a fairly simple layout, but I still think that it's something that will be helpful for you to practice. So pause the screencast and try to imagine what elements you would use and how you would lay them out for this project.
Let's take a break. So for me, I will put this two in one div on. Okay, first I will make one div. Inside that I will create a div with two element, and sibling of that div, or like beneath that div, I will have this thing as a h4 h3, or like it can be span, whatever. And I will put whole thing in flex. So align item space between. For this I will put align item center. This is a header styling. So this is h1, this is this main content. So in main content I will put this as a background. Image. No. Yeah, I can do this way. Like if I put this in a background, I cannot blend it with the background. I will create one image element, image h1 ul, and in the image I can put opacity of the image. So I'll put opacity of the image at 0.2, 0.3, 0.4, whatever it is. It will work this way. Hi. I think I'll go for the uh, dinner. I will be back in 1 hour or 1 hour 15 minutes. Then I'm gonna stop this stream now. I will attempt to finish as much as possible. My target is 5 hours, so I'll be staying late tonight, and at least I will try to finish at least try to get at least one project. I don't know where there's the one project. You know, I thought he's going to make something.
Good luck. We find ourselves here at the end of another section and understanding we have more composable code. You can and clear data from an done for you. Learned if keep pushing, then go to app and self when I around the code and no, as I find value. Display that is by setting an action that I wanted, but to see how I did, I've got location will JS file, and this contains an array of the objects. Cover that next. In Cast, we're going to look at how we can consume that data. Now that we've covered the basic syntax and concepts of it, it tells React, I want to run this function. Here, it would also console log all memes for every character, which is not a perfect replica. So I'll console log. Note, I feel like this is how every game of Tenzies for me goes. It's the very last one that I learn. I am coming to you from the future. There's an however, this pub really that end here, but let's think we do everything element do the top.
Okay, I think he's not making any project. I thought he's making a project, like a proper project with multiple pages, and but he's not making any projects. I thought he's going to make a single page project. Anyway, we'll have to finish it since because we started it. Though I don't I'm not like big fan of this after I checked everything. But what can we do? We have to finish what we started. So I'm gonna stop the stream and see you.